Hello. Sorry for the wait. I just needed to do some shit in the background, and that's just it. That's just how it is. Blah. Okay, let me get grab something before we continue with this. Mhm. Yes. Okay. I think I talked to. Hmm. I think I talked to Klaus. Yes, I just finished talking to Klaus. And then I needed to go talk to Gideon, I think. I think, anyway. We'll have to figure this out. I just think I remembered that being specifically the case. Alright. Let me get out of that window for a second so I can move that over. Change my freaking resolution because I want to be able to freaking read. I want to be able to see. All right, are we still gonna have to do the freaking display capture for this or what? Yes, it looks like we're gonna have to do that. Which means I need to mess with shit. Actually, how big is this? Actually, that is how big it is. Okay. Then I will have to do this myself. Okay. There we go. Still fucking weird that I can't freaking game capture this, but what the fuck ever. Huh? What do you mean? God damn it, come on. There we go. Okay. Now. Probably bump this up a little bit. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's move on. Let's get going. Okay, it should be this one, because I remember saving there specifically. Okay, so let me check here. Need to say pass card. Color's blue. Yes. So I just finished up Klaus. Just finished him up. Means we can go off to the next bit. Which, if I recall, we have to go back to Gideon. We have to go to Gideon. So, boop. And what was the fucking autopilot again? P. Wait, no. A. Ugh. Alright. Travel is definitely not ideal, but it's still, like, short-ish. So I'm not, like, too hung up about it. It's just still definitely a process. It's just like, could definitely be better, but at the same time, like, what am I gonna expect from a freaking, like, what, 80s DOS game? Yeah, it was like 1989. So, like, yeah. This was significantly before a lot of general advancements. And it's clearly trying to specifically have, like, a very specific vibe to it anyway, so, like, I can't really fault it for that much. Alright, Gideon. Gideon's home is a 30-room mansion in Beverly Hills. The place is lavishly furnished with a living room big enough for a swimming pool. I'm ushered into the den. Mr. Gideon is intently studying his chessboard. He seems oblivious to me. Either that or he's asleep. The guy's old. I mean, ancient, but he must be a big wheel. Because there's a picture on the wall of him receiving an award from President Michael J. Fox. Michael J. Fox. Michael J. Fox. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Marty became president. Wild. I give him some background information on the Linsky case. It seems to pique his curiosity. He definitely looks ancient. Tell me about Carl. Yeah, I don't recall the name, but if he wanted to chat with me, that would have been impossible. I've been away the past few weeks. Then what about MTC? I set up the MTC to improve the management skills of my executives. Shimming never liked the idea, which is why I'm surprised it still exists. However, there is something unusual going on at MTC. If there is, I'm unsure if Shimming is behind it. That man is dangerous. Well, good to know. Thanks. I already don't frickin' like the fucker anyway. Alright, so next... Sonny Fletcher. Which is 5170. The address for Sonny Fletcher is the rundown hotel that was being converted to apartments. I step into the small, seedy lobby and find the stairs. The stairwell is dark, the garbage and old newspapers strewn everywhere. I find apartment 307 and knock on the door. Fletcher enters with the disposition of an untipped waiter. I'm telling him I'm working for Sylvia Linsky, and he tells me to come inside. The room is cramped and confining. The furniture is cheap, and the upholstery is threadbare. A portable black and white TV is on a small table blaring the sound of lifestyles of the incredibly rich. Lucky, healthy, and famous. Famous. Yay. He definitely looks tired as fuck. Carl Linsky. No way, I've got nothing to say. Are you sure? Are you sure? Thanks, buddy. I'll tell you what I know. Linsky hired me to check out a corporation called MTC. He had been hired to do research into increasing a person's mental abilities. As the work progressed, however, he realized they had different intentions. When I started my investigation into MTC, I received threats on my life and was even shot at a few times. I tried to warn the professor, but it was too late. I think they iced him. I have no idea how they did it. If you want more information on MTC, check with Wanda Peck. Thanks. Well, tell me about her, because I need to know that information. Fine. What? You want more money for this? Asshole. You'll find her at the San Francisco Chronicle at NC4621. Thanks. Asshole. Or 621. Mm-hmm. Yep. The point one. Oh, God. Huh. Inside the San Francisco Chronicle building, I looked for Wanda Peck. I always thought Wanda was good looking in a way. Far away. But I like Wanda. She's a good source of information. She knows the city, how this city is run. Huh. MTC really stands for Management Through Control. The Management Training Center is just a front center for a project called Overlord. Really? Tell me about Overlord then. Overlord? Yeah, Larry Hammond wanted me to do some research on that. The Overlord project was developed 50 years ago in England. Scientists began work on a mental ability booster. The experiment involved increasing a person's mental capacity by connecting his brain directly to a computer. Yeah, I wonder why I had a feeling that someone was controlled in order to make it look like a suicide. Several scientists tried the experiment on themselves, and at first it worked by stimulating untapped areas of the mind. They increased their IQs by 15 to 25%. They also found that they're extremely susceptible to suggestion. Yeah, uh-huh. Commands given through the computer would be followed without question. The experimentation became more and more radical. Many of the scientists developed severe cases of psychosis. Some committed suicide, and others died under mysterious circumstances. Indeed. He's a brilliant computer specialist who has done some work for MTC Corp. He was concerned about some MTC project. Ask a guy named Ron Meat where to find him. Okay. Ron Meat. The guy's a real paranoid. He never stays in one place for very long. You'll have to check with your sources to find him. Then tell me about Law and Order, the fascist group. Information on those boys is gonna cost you. I'm taking a big risk saying anything bad about them. Yeah, because they're fascists. Thanks, buddy. I'll tell you what I know. They're a pretty bunch of fascists. They started out as a small band of their troublemakers about 5 years ago. They cultivated a steady following since. A year ago, Robert Knott became the president, and now the party is focusing on their rage against the mutants. Huh. I wonder why that is. It's almost like anyone that is outside of the norm must be purged because they're fascists. When a murder or robbery is committed, it's immediately blamed on the mutants. Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like there's an analogy here or something. The scariest part is that they're becoming a powerful political force. They've got friends in the legislature, mayor's office, and police force. You need to talk to Larry Hammond. Look for Ron Meat to find Larry. Okay. 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 Thank you for letting me know. Should save again. Alright, so we need to call Lee.
Yes, Murphy?
Well, I need some information on Ron Meat.
What's it worth?
800, I guess.
Look for my facts.
That's enough of that. Okay. Guess we wait for the facts then. Which is like 2 minutes from now. Bit long to wait, but whatever. It's just what we gotta do. Just how it is. Bip, 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 bip. But I guess it's like, since I clearly already know like what the hell is going on, like I clocked it. I clocked it from the details that we learned already. So it's a matter of, at this point, it's a matter of just like filling in the blanks, you know? Filling in all the little blanks that we don't know. 4525. It's a little unpredictable, so watch yourself. Okay, thanks. Means 4525. He's like literally nearby too. At the base of Coit Tower, I wait for Ron Meat. I finally see him. He has radiation burns over most of his face. He has a nice eye. Too bad he doesn't have another one to match. I call him over to the side of my speeder. Wow. He's a Cyclops. Terry, tell me about Larry, because that's what I need to know. Stick it, fish face. Fuck you. It's time to get tough. I get a steely-eyed look and say that I'll air out that oversized skull if I don't get the facts now. I slam my fist into his soft, flabby stomach and he buckles over. And then I catch his chin with a solid haymaker that sends him staggering back against the wall. You'll find him at Freaktown at Old Warehouse at NC 4935. Well, thank you. I didn't need to freaking beat you up, but you know what? Whatever. 35. The address I have for the mutant computer specialist Larry Hammond is the decaying old warehouse building in the heart of Freetown. This is where most of the unfortunate individuals live who suffered severe damage from nuclear radiation. Many of their offspring suffered genetic damage, resulting in some rather grotesque mutations. Most were treated as outcasts or were forced into this community, away from those not affected. I stepped through a partially open doorway into a large room. I see several large mutants, and none of them look too happy to see me. I'm looking for Larry Hammond, I say quickly. A fellow steps forward. He's about 30 and looks like he's got a serious grudge against the world. Some people are so ungrateful for extra blessings. At least he was born with all his vital organs inside his body. What are you talking about, Murphy? God damn it, Murphy! My name is Larry, and this is my brother Daryl. Feel free to speak in front of him. What can I do for you? Wow. Hello, Larry and Daryl. Tell me about Overlord. Overlord is the continuation of a project that was attempted in England 50 years ago and failed. Now, with new technology, they are attempting to control the actions of an individual through microchips and satellite transmissions. MTC. About a year ago, Tom Griffith, the vice president of MTC Corporation, hired me to design a computer for the Overlord project. They also wanted 8 access terminals. A colleague of mine, Cal Davis, told me that he had been hired by the NPC Corporation to do research on controlling human behavior through direct brain stimulation. When I started asking questions, they told me it was none of my business. When I read that Davis had been killed, I decided to go into hiding. If you're looking for a way to stop Project Overlord, you'll have to get to the main computer and destroy the satellite. To gain access to the destruct sequence, you'll need all 8 passcards and passwords. Each scientist involved with the project has one. My gray passcard was stolen by members of the Law and Order Party. My password is King. To get the rest of the passwords and cards, you'll have to find each of the scientists working on the project. Once you gather all the cards, you'll need to find the main computer to use them. I don't know where the main computer is. And other than Cal Davis, I don't know any of the names of the remaining 6 scientists who worked on the project. If I were you, I'd start with the accounting people at Gideon, Jerome Milborn, Eld Bradley, and Arnold Dweeb. They might have names of the people that received checks from the NTC. Well, thank you. Now tell me about Robert Knott. I know he hates freaks and he heads the Law and Order Party, but that's it. When I did work for Gideon, I saw him and Frank shimming together on occasion. Discussing business. He's vice president of MTC. I think he's more responsible for what he's going on than Frank Shimming. Oops. Cale Davis. He was a colleague of mine, and I don't believe his death was an accident. I agree. He looks like a typical accountant. You can find him at NC 7312. Thank you. Let me see here.
Hello, Tex.
Give me something on Jerome Milbourne.
I'll check it out.
Thank you.
What's up, Tex? I'll check it out.
I just wanted to hope that it was I screwed it up or something. Never mind. Let's see. We need to talk to Lee as well.
Yes, Murphy?
I need information on Tom Griffith.
What's it worth?
800.
That seems fair.
And get me something on Arnold Dweeb.
What's it worth?
500.
That seems fair.
Thank you, Vanessa. Oh, I got two of them. We may as well wait for the other ones, since they're going to be coming at the same time anyway. Tom Griffith. Okay. I need the other one. Thanks. Alright, so we need... Since we have multiple we can go to now, let's get going. So, Tom Griffith is at 4590. Probably a good idea to save here. Oh yeah, we gunning. We gunning. It's getting tough to go anywhere without someone trying to kill me. I looked at the house of Tom Griffith, the VP and general manager of MTC. Two-story home with a spiked wrought iron fence. A swimming pool and a concrete path that wind among bird paths and fountains. I knock on the door and no one answers. I tell someone is there, so I continue knocking. Finally, a rather irritated Tom Griffith comes to the door. You definitely look like an asshole. Tell me about Overlord. How did you find out about Overlord? This doesn't matter because it's almost operational. Through microchips and satellite monitoring stations, we can watch anyone. Anywhere in the world. Overlord will greatly enhance government security. Everyone will benefit through this new control device except those who are deemed a threat. Yeah, definitely sounds like a fucking excuse for the American government to control people. Yay. That ill-tempered freak. He gets to think twice before he speaks. That way he can say something even nastier. Anything he says about us is a lie. Oh, shut up. The only reason we hired that manster is because of his vast computer knowledge. Yeah, sure. Sure. He's the president of getting an MTC. He could care less about MTC, and that's fine with me. We get along fine without him. Great. He's head of the Law and Order Party and is our business partner on a joint venture project. Very soon, he could become one of the most powerful men in the world. You probably shouldn't do that. You probably shouldn't give fascist that amount of power. But what do I know? Rich people are fucking idiots. Four, 6, 2, 3. I stand on the sidewalk in front of the Terrence condominium complex and look up the 40-story structure. Jerome Milbourne's condo is on the 27th floor. After a quick ride up to the elevator, I find myself knocking on his door. Try for a few minutes, but no one answers. Finally, a neighbor next door walks out into the hallway and tells me that Milbourne left several days ago on a vacation and won't be back for several weeks. I thank the guy and return to my speeder. Well, that leads dead. Great. We'll go to Ed instead then. I find Ed Bradley's home and knock on his door. I wonder myself if this could be the same Ed Bradley who used to be on TV when I was little. Then realize he'd be dead by now. Bradley is a meek little bespectacled man about 45. I ask him about getting an MTC corporation. He replies that he has nothing to do with the accounting between the two companies. If I wanted information on that, I must talk to Arnold Dweeb. I thank him for the tip and leave. Well, great. I guess. You're useless. 4610 for Arnold Dweeb. All right. I'm near the 50-yard line at the Oakland Coliseum. I'm supposed to meet Arnold Dweeb, the accountant for MTC Corporation. A strong cold wind rips off the bay. It made my trench coat clumsy, flapping around my legs. I wouldn't even wear the damn thing if I weren't to avoid the effects of the latent radiation. Arnold Dweeb suddenly appears as if from nowhere. Looks like a #1 weenie. He's the type of accountant my parents warned me about. Wow. My time's valuable. I don't give anything for free. Wow. Fine. Here's $3,000. Thanks, buddy. Here's a list of people who have received checks from MDC. I've also included some of the navigational codes to help you find them. Don't tell anyone where you got this list. Carl Linsky, Ron Morgan, George Valdez, Brenda Perry. Thanks. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Thanks. Alright. That's that one's done. Let's call up Lee.
What do you need, Murphy?
I need information about Ron Morgan.
What's it worth?
A hundy.
Look for my fax.
Give me one about Greg Call.
What's it worth?
500.
Look for my facts.
Big Jim Slade. Slade!
What's it worth? Look for my facts.
Bosworth Clark.
What's it worth?
800.
Look for my facts.
We need another one on Sam Jones.
What's it worth?
500.
Look for my facts.
Drop this case or you're dead, Murphy! Fuck you. No. Fuck you. I ain't doing that shit. This is for Della. Ron Morgan was a girl friend named... Yeah. Talk to Steve Clemens about Greg Call. He could give you some important facts you might need. Thanks. I don't know where to find Slade, but Police Detective Steve Clemens might be able to help you. Okay. Okay. I don't know where Clark is, but I have a lead. Talk to Peter Dull, the insurance agent. He wrote an insurance policy for Bosworth Clark, and he may be able to help you locate him. Okay. Alright. Most of these, you didn't really help me much besides go to this person, which, fair enough, I guess. Loud dog. Della Lang's apartment in Ventura is part of a small complex. Della Lang answers the door. I give her the details of the case and ask her if she has a few minutes to answer some questions. It's clear that she doesn't want to be bothered, but then agrees to make it quick, she says. Fair enough. MTC is Gideon's management training center. To tell you the truth, I haven't gotten far with them. Tom Griffith doesn't like me looking into their affairs much. Right. Ron and I go out on occasion. If you're looking for him, he has a cabin near Yosemite 1998. If you see him, tell him I still have those handcuffs. Ah. You were doing some kinky shit. Wow. Being in the mountains feels like getting out of a school for summer. The air is still pretty clean. The sky is actually blue up here. Ron Morgan's cabin is on a beautiful piece of property near the Yosemite. It's decorated with quaint, homey items, which make me feel like I've stepped back in time. A little bit, yeah. Okay. Eight-foot couch with a cushion out of place. Hmm. Freaking Cheetos. Wild. It looks like cheese that went crunch. You purse your lips, put your face under the couch cushions, and suck it in like a vacuum. The taste of crushed, old, stale Cheetos is indescribable. Someone's nylons. The initials on the toe are DL. Yes, of course. Of course. Small rectangular end table. Uh-huh. Give me that key. Dog again. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. Picture of an attractive woman in lingerie. You frankly search for more, but find none. Okay. Appears to have been moved slightly. Hmm. Hmm. I don't have the key. What do you mean? Hmm. I need my nylons back, of course. Give me that. Maybe that's what'll open this. Aha! Ha ha ha! Okay, okay. Thank you. And get the ammunition as well. Thank you. Aha! Professor, in accordance with your instructions, I have moved your computer equipment to your beach house. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Give me that. All right, I think that's it here. Let's go. Thoughts on the first old-ass adventure game? I mean, it's freaking like... Actually, hang on. I mean, like, it's wild. It's interesting, but it's definitely janky. I only was putting that there because like I needed to like read it bigger. Meh. But like yes, it's big. It's janky, but like what do I expect from 1989? Wild. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like my first one because I played other ones. It's just this one's probably the most DOS. I don't know. I mean, probably. Yes, I have played the edutainment ones via Humongous. I have played plenty of those as a child. I mean, plus at this point, like, Double Fine is like, um, independent again. So they own literally all of their shit. I mean, I do have it on GOG because I got it for free like a while, like years and years ago. I'm just talking like general. Like, Double Fine at this current point, like, obviously owns all their freaking shit because they're independent again, and they were freaking they were freaking taken out because Microsoft noises. Okay, I got a little bit more ammunition from that. It was like a little over 20, which is nice. Nice to have. Granted, like, I haven't really been using my ammunition too much as is, so, like, I think I'll be fine by the time we get to the end. Let's see. Six, 4, 7, 0. But yes, I have Grim Fandango from GOG from like years ago, so like eventually, maybe. Uh-oh. Why is... That's weird. Suddenly lost connection on Steam. It's not maintenance day. Maintenance day is freaking Tuesday. So I don't fucking know. Not like it matters here anyway. I don't have Chiefs here. That's just weird. Unless I decided to do maintenance today, I don't know. Fuck if I know. Ron Morgan's beach house is located along a stretch of private beach on the Pacific just outside of San Diego. The hot, dry Santa Ana winds lash out across the back porch. Outside, the pounding surf is deafening. But inside, it's strangely quiet. The air filtration system has not been turned on for a while. The room smells of stale cigarette smoke and spilled whiskey. When I enter the room, the door shuts behind me, setting off the security alarm. I have 5 minutes to turn it off before the cops get here. Great. Is done. No more alarm. Yay! Haha! Videotape. Okay. Drink some of the old orange juice. It's cold and refreshing. Yay! Open it. Give me that. Takes your fucking money. Takes your rich ass money. Mine. It's Ron Morgan from NTC. September Nexus password. Okay. Probably have to turn it on. Ron, this is Della. Call me.
Ron, this is Della. Call me.
Ah. Move it. Fish food. Okay. Probably need to give it to the fish. Would make sense. Huh. Book. Book is titled Learning to Love and Care for Your Piranha. Of course it is! Give me that. Large fish tank with many small fish starting about nervously. He dumped the piranha food in the tank and they feed ravenously. When they are finished, they are able to reach into the you are able to reach into the tank and get the card. Thanks. There's your food. I don't need to get my hand bitten off. Ho ho ho. Give me that. Stalemate. I thought the old geek hired me as a research consultant because he was mystified by my book, An Elderly Guide to Picking Up Chicks. Now see that he's a dangerous lunatic who's totally out of control, so I'm getting out of town. Figures. Oh, I think that's everything here. Saving this one. Now let's go to... Oh, wait, never mind, actually. Let me look at my inventory. I may as well sell a couple of shit. Oh, yeah, we're back at 10k. Nice. Nice. 2k. Jeezums. $4k. God damn. Yeah, pawn that the fuck off. Alright. Four, 9, 3, 1. Bark. Dog bark. Dog, 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 dog bark. Barking too much. Yay. The Dora Valdez home is located in a tract housing project in Oakland. He comes to the door and I notice he's still wearing his security badge from NTC. I ask him a few questions about the NTC and he gets a suspicious look on his face. Keeping everything top secret. I know some law and order party big shots from Los Angeles have been in the office on a number of occasions. No one's supposed to know where they're from. I overheard them talking while I was doing some service on one of the computers. I asked a few questions. It's obvious he distrusts what's going on, but isn't quite sure what they're involved with. I thank him for his time and leave. Great. Four, 5, 7, 7. Wait. 4, 5, 7, 7. Brenda Perry's home is a small but elegant two-story house set slightly back from the street. The lawn has just been cut and there are fresh flowers in a pot in the porch. Brenda Perry answered the door. I asked her a few questions, but she quickly informs me that she just started at MTC about 6 weeks ago. And really doesn't understand all that goes on right now. Ask her to call me if she hears of anything that is odd or, peculiar and leave. Yay. I guess we're gonna go back to the frickin' police chief. I need something on Big Jim Slade. Slade's a dangerous man. He's from Detroit, and when he's in town, there's always trouble brewing. We've never been able to pin anything on him, but I'm sure he's a hired gun who's killed a number of people. If you're looking for him, good luck. He's likely to find you before you find him. Guy named Ron Meat Pipe will help you, though. Right. Greg Hall. You're not too popular around here. The chief has told us that we're not supposed to give out information on this case to anyone. Your name was specifically mentioned. I'm taking a big risk even talking to you. This Professor Call commits suicide in his apartment. 475C shoots himself with a 38 caliber, looks open and shut, but I'm starting to get suspicious about all the suicides before we got there. A couple of goons to the Law and Order party had gone through the house pretty thoroughly. Yeah, I can imagine. Or 753. Oh, gunning. Oh boy. Greg Hall's apartment is located in Vallejo. It feels quite Spartan, stocked with only the bare essentials. I search the place carefully, but there isn't much to see. I move the dresser in the bedroom and a map falls to the floor. The map is of an area of California near Mount Sahest Shasta. The navigation code 8991 is circled. If the Law and Order boys had found this, they would have taken it. Maybe this is where the laboratory is located. And I can beat them to the punch. I return to my speeder as quickly as possible. Yay! 8, 9, 11. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Fly to the location near Mount Shasta that was circled on the map from Professor Call's apartment. The landing spot is deep in the forest and heavily mountainous terrain. After searching the area for a few minutes, I find an opening to a small cave and go inside. Narrow cut in the rock descends about 100 feet and then opens into a large cavern. I see a small light coming from a chamber on the far wall. Decide to check it out. This must be Call's laboratory. Wow. Mine. Okay. I'll have to look at that later. Reactive containment system was designed for working with toxic chemicals and has two mechanical arms for handling material inside the containment area. One of the rubber seals is damaged. Okay. Cool. Mine. Alright. Let's try that mine. Hmm. I fly to the site of an old gold and diamond mine that was circled on Professor Call's map. Look inside the mine shaft and around the property, but it looks as if it has been abandoned for quite some time. Nothing else to see or do at this location. Rip. Figures. You know what? I may as well sell the freaking diamonds that I got. Just so I have the money. 3K. You know what? I'll take it. I will take it so I have 20 freaking K. Actually, wait. How much do we have? That is way more ammunition than I ever thought we would get, to be honest, but you know what? Whatever. That is way more than I'll ever need. Back into the lab we go. Fuck your alarm. Anyway, we're capitalizing on the joke that we made like last stream. Well, that the game made last stream. Basically. I would not be able to get that with a 10-foot pole. Blah, 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 blah. Use the 10-foot pole found in the cave and drag the box towards you. Through the bars, the box contains the orange key card and some money. Mine. Now we can just bypass the ape entirely. This one was checkmate. Have achieved a minor success. The control microchip is placed inside the chimp today by drilling a burr hole through the temporal lobe. I was able to control The hail's aggressive tendencies through electrical stimuli to neurotransmitters in the brain. This action releases the appropriate amount of chemical to tame aggressive tendencies. This test is an encouraging sign that several sociopathic disorders could be controlled. Yeah, yeah. I've been able to manipulate elements of ape behavior by inserting control chip into the hippocampus rigid brain. By using stimulated electrical brain impulses, I have been able to control the physical movements of the animal. Layer in number 3. Insertion of microchip into the optical cortex allows me to control visual images to the brain. Electrical pulses of pleasure and pain produce corresponding behavior in subject. Minor setback. Subject has given a painful visual stimuli. The visuals must have been too intense. This action caused a massive seizure and gave the subject berry a, a berry aneurysm. The exploded blood vessel in the brain killed subject almost instantaneously. I've been instructed to try several experiments on the chimps, all of which have resulted in total brain control, death, or permanent brain damage. What do they really intend to use this for? Oh, I don't know. Control people! Instructions given now are to test the procedure on a human. I don't believe they're using the system for legitimate purposes. There is something devious in their request. Tell them I will have no part in further testing of this control system. But they have not told me the truth about how they intend to use this device. Mm-hmm. Because they clearly haven't. They have other purposes that they don't want you to know about. Four, 5, 2, 5, 4, 5, 2, 5. I need you to tell me about Big Jim Slade. I saw him a week ago throwing money around like it grew on trees. He said he's been real busy lately. That means people are getting bumped off. I don't know where he is now. If I hear something, I'll let you know. Thanks. I appreciate you cooperating. This fucker. Yes, I've written several insurance policies for Dr. Clark. He's quite eccentric. His laboratory is in Death Valley. He works with satellites and says the reception isn't much better in the desert. Okay. Thanks. You actually were useful to me. Must be the housekeeper's day off. Looks like a cyclone ripped through Clark's lab. Might be funny if it weren't for the fact that there is a man lying in the pool of blood on the floor, dead as a rock. Lovely. Okay. Hmm. Okay. List is titled Caged Rats and includes the names of Tom's top civic, political, and business leaders in the state. Great. Hmm. Open. I'll take that. Now let's look at the body. Man lies sprawled on the floor. His eyes are wide open and bulging. The body is cold, but not quite stiff. Probably died within the last 18 hours. I find a thin steel cord around his throat. Looks like a pro's work. Great. You're not gonna need this anymore. Okay, but stealing from a dead man is not a real class act. He's dead. I think it's fine. Like, have you seen the things you've been doing already, Murphy? I think it's fine. Hmm. Call Frank shimming. Uh, uh, technically, no. But it's like in the style of it. It's in the style of of one. Like this one came out in '89, so it's kind of the same era, give or take. It's roughly like the same stuff because it is like old point and click type shit. see. We need. Let's move the calendar. Ah, compartment. Hello. Stocks. Okay, okay, okay. Take the gloves. Key. I need the right position. Very, very specific. Okay. Let's open this. Data. Various computer listings of satellite transmission data, none of which makes sense to you. We'll take it anyway. Because it's probably important. But, like, basically, this is like a pulp noir type of deal here. It's that kind of detective story. Save that. And now we need to go to the hotel. You even got the primitive flying. You can fly over there yourself, but, like, it's gonna take too long, to be honest. Frankly, getting over there in autopilot is already kind of... It's interesting, but also weird. Very specific time period of game. Almost there. Yeah, because even with autopilot here, it's like, the process still takes a while. It's just how it is. Just how it goes. The Big Surf Hotel may have been nice once, but that was when Reagan was president. I don't think that would mean it was very nice, if you ask me, but okay. Since that time, the years and the management may have run it to the ground. I walk up to the desk where a short, burly man in a dirty t shirt is watching TV. I asked to see the register and noticed that a man named Big James Slade was in the room 305. That's the same man that was on the list I got from Arnold Dweeb. I asked the manager if he remembers Slade. Yeah, I remember. He was a big, mean looking guy. Left yesterday. His room hasn't been cleaned yet. Decided to check his room out. There's a few empty beer bottles, cigarette butts on the floor, and a Playboy magazine featuring the girls of Freaktown. In the garbage can is a fax that says, add Lola Love Toy to your hit list. The boys at MTC think she knows too much. The initials at the bottom of the fax are RK. Finding nothing more of interest, I return to my speeder. Great. So I'll head on back over to Greg Call's lab. Because we gotta get his key card. We gotta get all the key cards and all that stuff. There. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Let's make sure we save. Better to do that every little bit. Okay. Using the gloves I found in Clark's lab, I'm able to move the vine. Cool. Small shelf has been cut into stalagmite. Give me that. And then we need to put in night. It seems that the ultimate purpose of this microchip has been designing is to control a person's feelings and emotions by implanting the device within the brain. This must be some sort of weapon which can destroy certain parts of the mind, while leaving other areas intact. A victim could believe that he has been fully capable of thought and reason, not even realize that he was under someone's control. However, Carl said that he was hearing the voices, which means that it isn't entirely true. There is certainly more going on in someone's brain regarding this freaking microchip. Alright, I need to go to John Klaus, which is 7012. Klaus. Klaus, Klaus, Klaus. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, lower faster. We're back here again, buddy. Tell me about Sam Jones. He's an arrogant old Nazi who works in Las Vegas. Be careful. He's a faithful Law and Order party member. He's not going to be cooperative with you. I guess I'll have to beat up this Nazi then. Frickin' gotta beat up the fascists. Beat him up. I'll beat him up. I will beat up this Nazi piece of shit with my goddamn gun. Alright, let's save, because we got a gunfight. We gotta beat up this Nazi. Ayo. I break into Professor Jones' laboratory and see him standing at the other end of the room. He's a man in his early 40s with glasses and hard gray eyes. How did you get past my security people? He asks. I've given your security people... I've given the rest of your security people the rest of their lives off. I'm afraid you'll have to start taking resumes again. He looks shocked at first, but then he gives me a convincing snarl. There's nothing for you here. Tell me about your damn pass card. I will tell you nothing! It's time to get tough. I get a steely-eyed look and say that I'll air out that oversized skull if I don't get the facts now. Alright, I'll tell you what I want, what I know, but it will do you no good. They'll find you and kill you. He hands me his yellow key card. You need to tell me about the password. You idiot. My password is Queen. Fuck you. You old Nazi.
Yes?
I need something on Lola Love Toy.
I'll check it out.
Now we wait. Have you gotten it yet, Vanessa? Thank you. All right. 4603. Getting there. We're getting there. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Totally awesome. Big guys, nude freaks, Lolas. Lola's place is busy tonight, with its garish red and yellow lights, flashing and steady crowd working its way inside. I get a table near the front of the stage to tell a waiter I need to see Miss Lovetoy on an official matter. He slips behind the stage. A few moments later, Miss Lovetoy appears. She saunters over to my table and sits down. She looks like the kind of woman you could score with, if you played your cards wrong. Yeah, yeah. Empty C. Make it worth my time. I haven't got all day. Tom Griffith wanted me to find out if Shimming knew or cared about anything going on at MTC. I mentioned MTC several times to Frank Shimming. He thought the center was a waste of time and should be closed down. Hmm. I was introduced to Frank Shimming by Tom Griffith. Griffith paid me to keep an eye on Shimming and keep him occupied. Griffith gave me a key to an apartment. He told me to take Shimming there. The old guy was an egotistical bore who loved to talk about his favorite subject, himself. Several weeks ago, I told Tom I was fed up with Shimming and I called the arrangement off. Well, thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna go to the apartment now. Save here. Yep, it's gunfight time. After a gun battle, I opened the door to the apartment. This is where Lola Lovetoy brought Frank shimming before she had had enough. Looks like someone else has moved in. Hmm. Lingerie. Button. Okay. Hmm. Artwork is an interesting post-nuclear piece called Rope Burn. You can't stand modern art, preferring pictures of horses or Union Pacific calendars. Wild. Money! Lots of money. Cool. Hmm. Law and Order Confidential hit list. Names not crossed off. Harry Rice, Lola Lovetoy, Tex Murphy, Sonny Fletcher. Good job, Big Jim. I need to talk to you. Come to my house. Of course. We got a hit on ourselves, of course. Cause Law and Order is out assassinating people. It makes sense. Fash is gonna do what Fash is gonna do. Okay. Okay. Mine. Now we're done with that. Need to go talk to Lee.
What can I help you with today?
I need something on Harry Rice.
Make me an offer.
500.
Look for my facts.
We wait. 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 Because we need that fax. Okay. We'll go there. Palm trees line the street where Harry Rice lives, and the neighborhood is filled with small and jerry-built frame cottages. I see an old gabled house near the end of the block that matches the address I've got. I look through the windows and see an unmade bed and food on the kitchen table. It appears the house has been occupied for several months. Looks like Harry Rice suspected he was in trouble and left town in a real hurry. Nothing else to see or do at this location. Great. So we'll go to the bus station. The locker key was for an Airbus terminal in the East Los Angeles. The Airbus is the only way to poorer people can travel, and the terminal building is big, hot, and dirty. Finally, I locate rows of lockers, decide to start it here. Use the key on about 50 different lockers before I find one that it fits. Inside the locker is a leather wallet. Open the leather wallet and find a black keycard and the word Koro written on the piece of paper. 9932. Gotta go back to that lab. Okay. Let's go. Rook. This experimental light station has now been successfully tested. Signals sent are matched to individual code discriminators and are tuned to human brainwaves and neurological frequencies. These signals are matched. The powers of this mechanism is terrifying. The brain implants can be triggered from this satellite transmission station and can stimulate the brain centers for pleasure, pain, rage, or apathy. They can give commands directly to any individual, and through automatic manipulation of the brain centers, these commands will be carried out. This is undoubtedly the most insidious device ever conceived. It will be able to sap the human spirit. I had no idea this machine is going to be used for this purpose. The Law and Order Party has warned me to keep quiet, but the secret of this terrible machine must be revealed. Yeah, I figured that out. I figured that out many hours ago. It just goes much deeper than that, obviously. Alright. It's time to go to the fascist. Ah. I just realized we freaking Okay. Alright. I'm gonna bump down the cycles a little bit. Just to make this a little slower. Wait, really? That was it? Okay. After a fierce gun battle with several Law and Order goons, I break into Robert Knott's living room. You're gonna answer some questions, Knott. Okay, okay. He says, take it easy, I'll cooperate. I'm not anxious to end up like those stiffs out in my front yard. Okay, fascist. MTC. MTC came to our law office a year ago and proposed a joint venture on a project to rid the city of the freaks. Sound like a good plan. We were to handle security problems. Of course. Carl. Linsky started to get wise what was going on between MTC and Law and Order. I was ordered to have him bumped off, so he planted a microchip on him, ordered Big Jim to make sure he jumped off the bridge. As I suspected, Cal Davis got too noisy, so Big Jim had to get physical with him. Ah, of course. Tom Griffith. Griffith, that little weasel isn't smart enough to get out of a paper bag. But he told you I was behind this mind control device. Well, I'm not Mr. Big. I take orders just like he does. Ask me about getting Enterprise and I'll tell you who Big really is. The fascist is dead. Suddenly, like a clap of thunder, a shot rings out and a bullet catches not in the right temple. He's dead before he hits the floor. I quickly draw my gun and cautiously work my way outside and look around. All I see are the tail lights of a speeder cruising out of sight. Obviously, Robert Knott was a key player, but not the man running the show. Whoever's behind the project overlord sure didn't want Knott spilling his guts about what he knew. I mean, regardless if he told us or not, it's a good thing that the fascist is dead. Cut off the head of the snake. If you're looking for Big Jim Slade, you find him at 4921. Come alone or there's no meeting. I mean, I already come alone to everything here anyway, so... So I will meet you. I should be fine in terms of ammo. I doubt I'm gonna be running out anytime soon. Yippers. Alright. Let's make sure we save here as well. Big Jim Slade stands in front of me with 6 of my slugs in him. He's bleeding heavily, but he's still got a smirk on his face. I notice that he's smoking a Camel cigarette. I walk up to him slowly, keeping my gun aimed at his heart. Looking at him makes me wonder when I last received a rabies vaccination. He certainly is bleeding out. Big Jim Slade. Thanks for asking, but right now I'm not doing very well. I've lost a large quantity of blood through several holes in my body, and I really think I'm about to die. Not like I'd miss you anyway. Yeah, Linsky. I got a call from Robin not at Law in order to make sure he got to the bridge and took his dive. They planted a small device on him and he turned into a robot. That's all the that's how all the jobs are done. I get a call, I do the job, and the money's transferred to my account. No names, no traces, it's real clean. He struggled a bit when I forced the cyanide down his throat. When the job was finished, I got money wired in, no questions asked. You'll just have to find out about Griffiths from someone else. I'm no stool pigeon. Sorry, can't help you there. He tries to continue that arrogant smirk, but there's fear in his eyes. He drops to one knee in last act of defiance. He shouts a few obscenities at me, falls to the ground. Guarantee you this world is better without a scum like Slate around. I could have used a little more information before he nodded off into big sleep. Location no longer available. Whatever. How much we can do about that at this point? Oh well. Couldn't get more information out of him. Mm-hmm. 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 Save here. Bump it down. Jeez. Feel I've got to work fast at the Law and Order Party offices. More security people will probably be showing up real soon. Work my way quickly through some administrative office. No information of any value there. I found door that's marked off limits official clearance only. I enter the room, setting off the alarm. Got just 10 minutes to shut it off before the police arrive. The only good freak is a dead freak. Fascism, yay! Huh? No more alarm. Cool. Cash. Okay. Plans are for some remodeling work at the secret MTC location. A handwritten note says, "Seek security chief for navigation. Go to secret computer facility." Okay. Key. Interdependent letter. As of October 5th will be the day that we officially control the world. May I propose be so bold as to propose that this day be the first official holiday of the new order. Have a nice day, Robert Knott. Fascism, baby. Fascism. Corporate minutes from last meeting. Officers are Robert Knott, President, Basil Mallory, Vice President, and Security Chief Melba Wadebush, Secretary. Okay. Please send Big Jim Slade $5,000 for the liquidation of Professor Clark. Great. Various texts on violence and bloodshed. Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like they're fascist. You open the book and read about a number of incredibly rude and vicious party tricks, including the crazy glue on the toilet seat trick. The Law and Order party members are invited to try on people they dislike. Of course. Alright. Time to leave this freaking fascist place. Okay. I'm gonna call Vanessa.
Yes?
Melba Weedbush.
I'll get back to you.
Stanford DeMille.
I'll get back to you.
Then we need one for Lee.
What can I help you with today?
I need info on Basil Mallory.
What's it worth?
200.
That seems fair.
Now we need to wait. Actually, because of this, I think I'm gonna probably go to the bathroom for the moment because I kind of need to go. So I will be back. Actually, since this is coming in, I may as well frickin' yeah. I guess I'll put this on and go to the bathroom for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna check my inventory real quick. Let me check my ammunition. 320? Not a lot, but it's something. Well, no, it is a lot, because I can basically survive off that. I don't know why I was thinking I didn't have enough. I clearly will. It's not gonna be hard to survive off of that. Because I imagine we probably only have like a few more gunfights left anyway. The address for Melba Weedbush is in development of a basic drywall box homes. Miss Weedbush answers the door. Her makeup is too thick and her yarn eyelashes make her look like an ancient Raggedy Ann doll. She wears imitation diamond earrings and her features are bony and scrawny. I begin asking questions, but it only takes about 30 seconds for me to realize that she's a complete airhead. She starts ranting and raving about mutants contaminating the water supply and that they're bad dance partners, etc. As her up at the Law and Order party, she says that it's a good place to meet nice, eligible bachelors. Yeah, great. This is a waste of time. I'm out of here. Oh boy, fell for the propaganda, huh? 3199. Savey, savey. The front door is open and I walk into a small lobby. At the end of the lobby is a door with the name Stanford G. DeMille, attorney at law. Open the door and see an extremely fat man sitting behind a large walnut desk. Are you Stanford DeMille? I ask. I am, and who are you? He replies. I tell him in my name and show him my credentials. I'm familiar with you, Mr. Murphy. You've been asking questions and making untrue accusations about the Law and Order Party. I am their corporate attorney, and let me assure you that if you continue to invade or harass my client with the wild and unfounded accusations, you'll find yourself, your agency, and your client, though I do not know who I would hire such a dirty, low-life, blood-sucking private detective such as yourself, in court. Am I making myself clear? I didn't understand half of what he said, but I realized that any questions I asked will only get me into trouble. So I swallow my rage and walk out of the office. Asshole. 5170. That's all we have right now. Tell me about Basil Mallory. No way, I've got nothing to say. Are you sure? I've got money. Yeah, I know where you can find him. He's at NC 2713. 2713. Meow, meow, meow. Save here. Let's go. Okay. After fighting my way through Basil Mallory's bodyguards, I carefully enter the house. Walk through the kitchen, I see dirty dishes in the sink and the table. I open the closet door and find Mallory hiding out. The only way this guy could be useful to society is a bad example. Mallory, I sneer. You're gonna answer some questions. Law and order. Stick it, fish face. Tell him if he doesn't tell me what he knows, I'll take him outside and make him wish he'd never been born. Law and Order Buddy now acts as security for MDC. We will become the most powerful political force on the planet. I doubt that, man. I doubt that. You guys are screwed at this point. No way. They'd find out how you got your information, I'd wind up floating in the bay. Not if I get them killed or arrested. Literally anything. MTC is a secret laboratory located on Alcatraz. We were developing a mind control device which will help us rule the world. Oh my god. It's stupid, but it's also fascism, so like, yeah. Yeah. I guess this will probably be the final area. Ugh. All right. Save here. Let's go. As I step out of my speeder, two Law and Order thugs step out of the shadows. One of them slams the butt of his weapon against my head and turns out my lights. When the lights come back on, they're bright and unfocused, and my head feels like it was used as a football. I try to make it out the image standing in front of me, but it's impossible. All I see is a silhouette. Sit him down over there, I hear a voice say. Welcome, Mr. Murphy. You were expected. I'm afraid I've been playing a game of chess with you. I knew someone would try to stop us from purifying this sick society, and I need the passcards and passwords to make sure that didn't happen. I ordered Knot and Slade to kill the scientists when their work on Project Overlord was done, and gather up the passcards. They didn't have much luck finding them. I use you as a pawn to locate the cards for me. Now that I have them, nothing can stop Overlord from being implemented. We planted microchips into key officials throughout the world, I would imagine, yes. Business in government, and they're under our control. They in turn will control the population, will rid the society of all undesirables and purify the human race, and I'll control mankind's destiny. I'm sure you're wondering who I am, but I find it safer to remain anonymous. Goodbye, Mr. Murphy. You're a worthy opponent, but I'm afraid this is checkmate. Still, I won't kill you just yet. Perhaps there could be a place for such a resourceful individual in my new order. Under my control, of course. I'll store you in a safe place until I decide what to do with you. The guards walk me down a long, dark corridor and lock me in an old, musty boiler room. This must have provided all the heating on Alcatraz when it was a prison 75 years ago. To my surprise, the boiler is still in operation. Better find a way out of here, or I'll end up like the rest of those Walking Dead. Not anxious to have a microchip buried in my head. Yeah, that was literally all fascist talk. So like, yeah. All right, I need to turn this down. Okay, there we go. Get the key. Use remote control panel to open the furnace door. Never leave the corner stove open for extended periods. This constitutes serious fire hazard. Figures. Open. Take the gas mask. You flip the switch and the furnace door opens, sending the ambient temperature up to 30 degrees. Continues to increase and noxious fumes are released as well. Excuse me? Oh. Yeah, I have to. Okay. There we go. After escaping from the boiler room, I overpower the guard and take his weapon. If I'm gonna have any chance of stopping those maniacs, I'm gonna have to find the computer room. Cautiously, I work my way down a long corridor. Opens a dimly lit cell block. At the far end, I see light streaming from a partially open door. This is it, the computer room. Converted cell block filled with electric equipment. In the center of the room is a control panel and a large overhead quartz display screen. Pass cards taken from me are laying on the table. Looks like Mr. Big wanted them checked for authenticity. I stick the pass cards in my pocket and approach the control panel. Top right corner is a red button labeled Destruct. Can't be this easy. I remove the clear plastic cover and hesitate for a moment. You'll probably regret this, I say to myself as I press the button. The pad under my feet begins to vibrate and 4 laser cannons drop from the ceiling and point at my head. First reaction to run like hell, but I'm sure if I move, I'm a dead man. Bishop. Stalemate. King. Rook. Checkmate. Knight. Bye-bye. Screw you, fascists. Texas saves world. Tex saves world. Diabolical plot exposed. The feds grabbed Gideon as he tried to flee the country. They have enough on him to put him away for a few hundred years. There was a big parade in my honor, and President Fox invited me to the White House as a special guest. I even got to see a private screening of Back to the Future 17, of course. But I couldn't stop thinking of Sylvia. Solving the case had helped her collect on the $1 million insurance policy. She was still hurt and upset at my initial suspicions. Decided to fly back and try to talk to her. I knew I was in trouble when she answered the door. If looks couldn't kill, I'd be splattered all over the pavement. Her voice was trembling. Did you think for a moment that I'd murder my own father? She said. Sorry, I pleaded. It's the insurance that threw me off. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? Yes, she said with a faint smile. You can take me for a ride. Of course. And we do the Back to the Future thing.
Lower.
Yeah, it is. In this universe, there's 17 of them. It's also the fact that Michael J. Fox is president in this freaking world. $17, though. Like, that would be hell. Absolute hell. I would never want that many damn sequels. Never. For anything. Just... No. 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 Never do that. Never freaking do that. To be fair, in the Danganronpa universe, we have 53. So that's even worse. That would be awful. Genuinely awful. We're lucky to, like, not even have, like... We're lucky to have, like, basically 4 of them. Because, let's be real, that's effectively what 2x2 is gonna be. Yeah, there's a lot of Land Before Time sequels. A lot of them. But, yes, that is it for this specific, Tex Murphy game, the first game. There are multiple, and I know that there's like a remake of this specific title being made. Who knows if that's gonna happen though. I know that the like Kickstarter or whatever frickin' went through, but it's all up in the air at that point. What are you gonna do? I don't know. But in terms of like the game itself, like I definitely think it's I don't want to say dated. I don't like saying dated. Like I don't like saying it cuz like you certainly still got people that would like love shit like this, that like would love this gameplay style. And like I will give the gameplay style the fact that like it's interesting for its specific time period. I don't think you should necessarily make a detective game to this degree again, though. Like, I think there are infinitely better ways to do detective games these days. Mainly just because I think there are more interesting ways to do it after all the ones that I played at this point. This is very specifically of a this is specifically of a specific time. And that's okay that they started out this way because like the medium was still being played with. A review of mildly progressive 90s adventure game. I mean, in terms of like just like the story itself, like it works. It's simple enough. Well, I would say it's simple. It's in terms of like its actual story, it's very simple because it's leaning into like the pulpy noir stuff. So it's not going to be like too complex. I already freaking clocked the I already clocked like what was actually going on very early on, which isn't like a problem. It's just from my general experience of detective mysteries. I just knew. I knew the signs. I mean, like, they left the clues around. Like, it was easy to, like, figure that out. It was just a matter of, like, the game catching up with it, more or less. I mean, granted, I'm sure that we still needed, like, all the cards and the passwords anyway, because that was literally required to actually beat the freaking game. But, you know, we can probably try the other games if we get to them. I'd have to, like, look. I'd have to actually look at the freaking play order, though. Like, let me see. We got, like, Mean Streets from 1989, Martian Memorandum from 1991. Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay. Okay. So there's one, two, three, four. There's four sequels in the 90s. And then there's the Tesla Effect game, which I played the demo for like a few years ago in 2014. Well, I didn't play the demo then, but like the game is from 2014. But the it seems that the sequel after that was canceled in 2021 due to creative differences. So like, yeah. Not much to be said about that, because at this point, there's just going to be a remake of the first game, and that's about it, as far as I could tell. Pretend I made a witty, insightful joke that is entirely super funny and not at all annoying and stupid about KH Play Order. That's because KH Play Order is literally just release order. Literally just play everything in release order and you're fine. Like, oh my god, you have people that are like, play it in the chronological order. Don't. Do not. Do not play Kingdom Hearts in chronological order. That is going to infinitely confuse you more than the release order. If you play in release order, it will be very easy to understand. Mostly because, like, it's very simple concepts, just with complex execution. That's really it. Like I say, it's complex execution more than it is complex themes, because the themes in and of themselves are very, very simple. I just like it specifically because it's allowed to go its own direction. And I'm not saying that they like knew everything from the start. It's very clear that they did not. They very, very clearly built this over time. Because back in the day, at least in regards to like KH1 or whatever, something KH4 confused. Please ignore that most KH fans are highly hyper fixated on one game and thus replay that one game in the years between release wear down individuals' memories, thus making it confusing strictly because people literally forgot. I mean, that's literally it. It's just memories. If you just play the games one after another, you're gonna have all the information that you need. The only real problem is like the mobile games, because the mobile games in of themselves have a lot of very important shit that you will miss out on. That's just because the mobile games, there's a problem there. There's an issue there. There's an issue that you can't really alleviate unless you like look up a freaking YouTube video at this point. Because as far as I remember, the Cucks got freaking delisted, so you can't even play it anymore. You can't even play. Well, you couldn't even play it at a certain point anyway, where like it was just like a freaking compilation of cutscenes or whatever. You can't even do that anymore. So all you have is just some freaking YouTube videos, which is frankly not ideal. And even now, it's like you had like missing link or whatever that was gonna like be the lead up to Kingdom Hearts 4 or whatever. That's not that got canceled. So any like information that we were gonna get out of it is probably gonna be regulated to like a freaking 30-minute, like a 30-minute info lore dump in KH4 or whatever. Like I doubt we're gonna get like a freaking new game out of it, especially since Square in of themselves has been like, you know, cutting back and like just focusing on the main shit. which as of right now is mostly just finishing up Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I'm pretty sure the third one is the last one. And obviously KH4. I just do not see us getting another game to make sure that, like, we actually get the lore tidbits. I think it's literally just going to be a freaking 30-minute video explaining certain things. That way you can be caught up before. That's just what I expect. Like, it's not ideal, but at least there's that. It's something. Not that I would probably have played that freaking Missing Link game anyway, because like I already did not really like Cucks as is. It's not a particularly fun game. It's very autopilot. The scene will be optional, of course, I don't fucking know. I just genuinely think it's just gonna be a freaking 30-minute video or something like that. That feels like that's just inevitable. Who knows, though? Who literally knows? I'm just expecting KH4 to come out in, like, a year or two after the Final Fantasy VII Remake 3. I have no interest in Remake, because, like, I'm just not interested in 7, really. Like, I like the idea of it, the idea of 7 or whatever, but, like, it just doesn't really look that interesting to me from afar. And even if I played 7, I would probably just play the original. Yes, my love of Cage cannot make me love a middling at best mobile video game. Like, I'm not saying that I don't like aspects of Cucks. There are absolutely aspects I like of Cucks. It's more just I like the characters and story more than I do the actual game. But even then, like, it sucks that, like, all of that stuff is regulated to a mobile game when it could have just been in normal a normal entry. It would have been good in a normal entry. I mean, I know that we're likely getting another freaking chess scene. Plus, we already know that young Xehanort is in KH4. He's just there. I mean, hell, he was just there going like, "Hey, Sora, here. Get yourself out of the rain." Yes, with his gay-ass umbrella. Since we already know that, like, the guy was, like, splitting his freaking heart into, like, other bodies or whatever, it's pretty easy to say that that's probably another freaking part of his heart just there. It's pretty easy to, like, figure that out and just say, like, yeah, that's probably just one of his piece of heart. And that's why he's there. Yes. I think it's pretty clear that they are likely just lovers. with a little bit of toxic yaoi here and there, because like obviously they had like a bit of a freaking rivalry going on by the time BBS happened. But even then, like there's clearly a connection there that like is way deeper than we truly know. Because like that's on them. That's for them to freaking decide. I don't fucking know. I just think it'll be funny by the time we see young Nort talking to Sora and whatnot. And obviously at this current point, I don't think that um like Nort is gonna be hostile. I really don't think he is. I think he's just gonna be there. Probably a vague ally, not really much else, because I don't think he's gonna be the. I mean, we literally know. We know that he's not gonna be the antagonist. He is just going to exist. He's going to be there. Nomura is heterophobic because of the sidelining of Kyrie. I guess he is. I don't know. I just want her to get a freaking game, man. Not Melody of Memory. Melody of Memory doesn't count. Yes, it technically counts as like a advancing of the story, but like it's not really her game. She's not playable. Well, barely playable. Cause like I think the main thing is that like yes, it is technically designed to be a KH rhythm game or whatever, but the story doesn't really support it being a Kyrie game. It really does not. Mostly just because, like, it kind of just doesn't really do anything for Kyrie as a character, and that kind of just sucks, and yeah. Like, yeah, I get it that in KH1, technically she's a freaking damsel or whatever, but, like, at the same time, she has a spunk to her and a belief in her that, like, you just don't really see to the same extent anywhere else. I just don't like that she's so dainty and girlish. It just feels like she's regressed. And I have never liked that. Yes, you can also technically say that, like, she feels inadequate and she wants to be better. But it just feels. It feels like it just contradicts what happened in the first game. So, like, what is it? Where does it freaking make sense? Fuck if I know. I don't know. I don't freaking know. I just don't know. Regardless, I thought the game was good, even if I'm not exactly the biggest fan of like the gameplay style. But that's mostly just me. So, at least as far as I can tell, there are 4 other sequels for this. Maybe we'll get around to them. We'll see. I imagine the other ones are probably also in, like, emulators, probably. I mean, probably. I don't know. The second game already looks significantly different. But I don't know, we'll see, at least in terms of a sale. Sales, it already seems like a pretty inexpensive freaking series, so the hot new Undertale joke is it's always the new joke. The new joke is always shit, darling. Dagger of Amon Rostri, and sometimes you just hear a bat moan because cow smashing its tits in frustration. God. Wild. Yeah, I would probably have you on and I would be freaking go like, "Wah, wah." I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's not like they'd be able to freaking see it. Besides, Dagger of Amon Ra is only on freaking uh GOG right now. At least in terms of like actually playable. But that also means that like the game is functional for modern systems. So, you know, well, we'll see. I guess. Just not right now. At the very least, we got the first game done here so we can like figure out anything else from here on later. I'm just not gonna probably be thinking about it for like the next while until like a sale pops up. But since two games have basically been finished this week, I'll have to figure out for next week, since obviously that's happened. Regardless, gonna take this off the freaking streaming category, which means like I still have like over 100 freaking titles that I'm gonna be freaking doing. But that's neither here nor there, because like that just means I have freaking shit I can choose. I don't know. I would have to like figure that out because we've got other options, especially like in the retro department. Maybe even Sunshine. Because sunshine. Sunshiny. I don't think I would really consider streaming 64 unless I did like a mod or something. Cause like I've always been somebody that's just not really liked 64 that much outside of the DS version. It's just not that interesting of a Mario platformer to me. I get people have a high standard for it or whatever because like, oh, it's got all this cool shit in it. Like, I get that, but at the same time, I don't care. I just do not think it has the same like interactions as say like any other immersive sim like any immersive sim out there. Like really? Are you going to tell me that like are you going to tell me that Super Mario 64 has a lot more interactions than a freaking immersive sim? I don't think so. I don't think it does. I think it has. I'm sure it has a good chunk, but I don't think it would have like the same amount of player interactions. Definitely not. I'm yeah, I'm certain that there's like multiple ways to traverse levels, but not enough to be full of variety. Not exactly. But that's also probably just me because like I like Sunshine because I like the freaking gameplay gimmick. I like the water cleaning gimmick. I like that I can hover and all that freaking shit with Flood. Does that mean it's necessarily as advanced as 64? Probably not, but at the same time, like, I don't give a shit. What do you want me to say? I just like Sunshine over 64. But that was also just because, like, most of my gaming taste comes from the late 90s and early 2000s. You're expecting me to freaking not enjoy games from that specific era? I don't know. Especially the freaking early 2000s era. Like, that era was very specifically my kind of shit. Like, it's just how it is. Is 64 a bad game? No, not really, but like, I just prefer other Mario games. But I guess that's besides the point because I've been talking way too freaking long, as usual. Because wow, it's almost like the freaking neurodivergent person talks a lot when it gets into a specific topic that it likes. Yeah. But yes, that's besides the point. I will figure out what we're going to be doing next week. I just wanted to make sure that we played Wario World this week because I really wanted to freaking get around to that. And obviously, since we finished up the first Tex Murphy game, we'll probably move on to something else. Excuse me. Probably another visual novel. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe, maybe. I might start up the special DLC. Well, maybe I'll do the DLC episode for Dual Destinies, just so we can say, "Hey, we're done with Dual Destinies." But after that, I am probably going to take a little bit of a break from the Apollo trilogy games, just so I can do something else. Because honestly, I don't want to go into Spirit of Justice immediately. I really don't feel like doing that. I think I have other games that I could get into. I think it's also just because, like, the DLC episode, as far as I know, is just kind of silly. It's kind of just a comedy one, so it'll probably be fun. Maybe. Maybe. But we'll get to it next week, maybe. So yeah, hope you see y'all again soon. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll figure everything out later. But for now, see y'all soon. Bye bye.